How can something as beautiful as this be dying? A plague is ruining the land, but the tree of life still stands. Question is, for how long? End is coming to the new world. The tribes stand divided, in need of someone strong enough to unite them, or bring them all down. This is a story with an unusual beginning. So, let's expect an unusual end. Welcome to Biomutant. Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your first style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a class. Mercenary. Deadeye. Commando. Psyfreak. Saboteur. Sentinel. Saboteur. Psyfreak. Commando. Deadeye. Mercenary. Deadeye. Commando. Mercenary. Mercenary chosen. That'll work. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice. A reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows through everything.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the dark side of you. Your inner voice, to be precise. An echo of the balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
Can't believe you'd choose that thing over me. But I'll be here waiting for you when you have a change of heart.
That thing? I'm right here. Let me remind you, we're two halves of the same, with the difference being I'm the better half.
Better half. My way is both better and brighter. Light makes it easier to see the best end.
The best end is the one you decide yourself, and it seems we're headed in the right direction.
Guess left can be right sometimes. Stories of death and the bodies left behind. A reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the Predator only grew stronger. Better make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The Predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the Tree of Life started to die. The oil sludges everywhere. The most only means death. But some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The Morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress, blobs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right. But no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. Spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. Oh. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives. He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why. He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up. He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed. There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true. The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad. The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past. There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end. He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have. Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you are tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Mooma knows you are here. You're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. Magic? He claims it's just the force of life, the You found the Nono's. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. Now that you've seen the Nono's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. He says you... No, she's got lots on her mind. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters arrived. The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse that Toxanol Corporation inflicted on the land set the World Eaters' DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Noko has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Goo Glide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by your intentions. He can't understand why you'd do such a thing. He won't make it out of here on his own.
Good work, clever clogs. Let me guide you into the dark.
Seriously? I always thought better of you than that.
And you were wrong. There's always more dark than light.
There's still time to turn back.
They're already heading down my road.
There's Out of Date again. He must have missed something important.
Kabobe Farhi.
Out of Date knows you'll make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe.
Kabobe Farhi.
The Jagni tribe is likely to be your primary choice as they seek to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way.
Kabobe Farhi.
Out of Date's
Baluotolua. Kuchai. Hifar Befar.
Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's a bridge. Just get over it. They've destroyed this area, muddied up what used to be muck, as if it wasn't bad enough before the tribe war began. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war, or part of the problem. Let's see. Now that's loot. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. Hopes you have patience. The Sifu can't stop himself.
Zata is the muito tloho. Kariesne statse. Paro, yaput.
The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes, as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. The Sifu is determined to let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life, as it's part of their strategy to cleanse the world and start anew. He welcomes you to the Jagni fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. The news of a cold-blooded Ronin crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 preceded you. He's referring to your rampage through Bunker 101. It seems you don't mind a bit of blood on your hands. That's something you have in common. There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted. Sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original Wang Fu disciples. Your Muma invented Wang Fu. Originally, it was based on unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain. Jagni doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Says fear and hatred is the only path to domination, but you already know that. So embracing that side of you and helping them vanquish the tribes and letting the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life should be an easy decision.
Na oko kiza?
He didn't expect that of you. You were born bad so you could do good in this world. That weak mind of yours has made you soft. He'll give you a chance to change your mind before you leave and asks you to reconsider. Otherwise, you'll be seen as a rival.
Na oko kiza?
Then so be it. He wants you to know that they'll show no mercy at the end of this war, and offers you a last chance to come back and join when you realize you've picked the wrong side.
Na lest stari dat.
And with that, he urges you to seek protection at Myriad Stone Fort before word gets out that you've chosen not to side with them.
Inatovo.
He disagrees, and the day you meet again, you'll understand why.
Inatovo.
It's time to say goodbye for now, and if it's not the kind of goodbye that lasts forever, then the next will mean the end for you. Right in the face. That's the Myriad Tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. Let's see. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Says there where? Says...
Sibi. Lappanen aginkalman. Keradna falo putut. Mustugai la wute.
The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and saving the Tree of Life is the only way to make the world a better place. He welcomes you to the Myriad Fort and introduces himself as the tribe's... But he was hoping you'd show up. The news of a vigilante Ronin on crusade crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker... He heard you took out-of-date side against the scavengers in Bunker 10... The Sifu says sometimes one memory can make... The Sifu was... Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed into a corner. Even those who desire peace have been forced to prepare for war. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Even though you don't share their values, they hope you'll lead with mercy. The outcome of this war is up to you. Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts, and once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with you. Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village. He remembers your kind and unselfish soul, and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good. Says the Chugyard is where you can find Gizmo and his mechanical hardware. Wouldn't be so... Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurred. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. Hey there, Crusher. That ain't bad. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. Learning to swim can be scary when you don't know what you're doing. But fortunately, he's here to give you a helping hand. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. And he'll... He says that wasn't too bad, was it? At least you learned that you'll drown if you don't swim. But you need practice, lots of practice. Judging by your Mooma's look, it seems you forgot something.
Amun.
You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go.
Inadabsunka?
You know you can't make up for lost...
Tropalo.
You should know, practice makes perfect.
Kialdo male canoro tono.
She'll see you at the village square.
Kialdo male canoro tono.
Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. He was hoping you could help him pick up some... He wonders what usefulness you found. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to up... That... He... You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He appreciates those able to deliver a sharp remark. He's looking forward. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience. You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away. Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she won't live forever, you know. You've always followed your own path. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going. He's not scared of anything, least of all you. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. They push each other to become better, and sometimes someone gets pushed down along the way. She asks if you're hurt. What happened? If confidence is silent and insecurity is loud, she thinks you're absolutely right. The most important thing is that you're okay. It's time to focus on your training now. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best. He asks if you could help him, too, before you leave for training. He wishes that was true for your Moomer, too, but he suggests you get going and find him gadgets. He's curious to see what you found. He's all for it. He says it's a... The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you. You should take it with you, wear it to practice. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next.
Urasa durut.
Your Muma says it's about time you got here.
Domale tuk.
Says being on time would be better yet.
Urasa durut.
She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down.
Mustiki muhka.
Your Muma says you did well today. She's so proud of you.
Mustiki muhka.
Thanks you for being
Andro.
been working on a present for you.
Anaro lute.
You should go. Catchy.
Ala.
Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Yo no massa manbarut.
A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Kala.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Kala.
You're lucky to have such a fine helper with you.
Volakamun brutna.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Ruemu tono.
Everything ends, both good and bad. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Lupa Lupin from setting the world on fire. Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it.
Yo no massa manbarut.
Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must fight Lupa Lupin. This time there's no escape. She can hear him coming.
Kanyala matoro.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on. Let's see. The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet. They couldn't keep it down. Fluff hulk's on the loose. They couldn't keep it down. Fluff hulk's on the loose. stuff. They've received news a Ronin had strengthened their ranks and were looking forward to meeting you. A group of myriad crusaders already headed out to Jagni's Mercad. You should hurry there and help them best the outpost. Look, an emergency box from the old days. Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. It's a bit less black out there. Toxanol was something called a corporate juggernaut, and our world still bears the marks of the massive ecological catastrophes they inflicted upon the land. The apocalypse they caused was the end of days for their world. But for us, it was simply a beginning. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? That's going to leave a mark. have you been up all night? That notice board? Filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they were done with it. Well, small ones. Places like this were cheap back in those days, and there was plenty of space. Get done with one place, you just build another. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. Just hope it's not buried. Let's see. Never thought I'd see a clothes soaker from the long... You need to get the pegs lined up to get the clothes soaker rolling. You really put a spin on it. It's okay to smile at the growing light. Would you look at that? Looks like the Fry Sparker's knobs need to be in sync if you want to get the hardware working. It's a Fry Sparker mindset. Boom, you got something. It's not exactly what you wanted, but you got it right away. At least you got something for your trouble. Better get moving before the day passes you by. A flush stool. Seems like the tighteners on the piping need to be unturned correctly to drain the flush stool. That's the kind of trouble you really want to wash away. The forest is so smellicious. As long as you're happy about it. You found the whereabouts. The deepest, darkest forest in the land. Sometimes hard to see for all the trees. Slash. Lava mark. Now that's a flesh wound. Roasted. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. Wood scrap's great for building things. It's the chug yard. Gonna need a key of some kind. That's a Jagni tribe outpost. The light of day shows how bad the world has become. Wonders if Looper Lupin was the only thing that happened to ruin your life. Understands you have things to do. Mercadorpa's outpost, a Jagni tribe stronghold. Let's see.
Ein Ouch alla George.
You better move. That monster is on its way to the Tree of Life.
Ein Ouch alla George.
Says you're well... Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make... Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot and wrecked it. That twirly wheel works that drain pipe. Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain. Everything's clocking together. So many keys, so many locks. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. They never lost hope you'd come, but weren't sure if they'd last long enough to see it. Says the tribe's been hard on them. Won't hesitate to carve out... A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it flow. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Figures the honor belongs to the tribe. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, he... That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of. He says the time has come to confront the jumbo puff at the end of the west route. Gizmo is working on making his Mekton strong enough to endure the oxygen-deprived dead zone. You looks good. It's beyond late. grab on tight and go. Let's see. That's a gnote. Easy prey for Lupin. For everyone else, they're a perfect mount and easily tamed if they are kept fed. Take care in the rain, all right? Becoming terminal. Made it count. A shopperia. Maybe there's something still inside. A deep cut. Such a dark night.
Ja.
This one seems to be in good spirits despite being left here for dead.
Will sila goyo.
Has heard that you only follow your own personal code and is worried you've lost your respect for life.
Amanka.
Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of your conscience. It's only through your inner conflict you're held accountable for you. It's sad to see you're staying...
Yes, that's the way. No arguing with that.
Sometimes your gut is flat out wrong.
Don't ever doubt yourself. You are number one.
Even the dark knows you're better than this.
Stick with me. We'll rule the world.
Didn't expect to see that again. Seems that the knobs need to be aligned so the device can load its program. Beefed up. It's time to create your own path. There's a serenity about this spot. It's a place. The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working on that Mekton of his. The Toxanol Corporation used to run chugger-chuggers out of here, big machines on rails with smokestacks that fouled the air. The rails used to be filled with chugs packed tight with two-leggeds, like guppos in a tin. You're on the right track. Keep your eyes open. Tribes always scavenging for scraps, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. Bomber Bonkers busy ram-panning the door. This is your chance. Super effective. You're low on health. Life is a difficult game, no matter how you play it. Let's see. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end, in flames. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel that Toxanol dumped in the surf had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. Combined, this sent their world hurtling on an inevitable road to ruin. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know the story, but it carries so... He understands history made Lupa-Lupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't... Gizmo understands you still have strong feelings, but urges you to keep them under control. You've witnessed firsthand what it'll lead to.
See? On my side. Go, Dark, go!
First instincts can be truly awful.
The fun thing is always the right thing.
Next time, look at it with a clear heart.
Darkly dark, dark.
Hard to believe the world is actually going to survive. Just seemed impossible till now. Understands why you're bent on finishing the world off. Supposes it's a mercy to make it faster. Wonders if you liked working with the Myriad. They always seemed so centered and so seeking. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone. So you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the... You should return when you... That dawn's a bit easier on the eyes. There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. That's the leftover you're looking for. Just tiptoe along. Watch out for drop-offs. They can surprise you down here. How far underground do you think you are? That's an odd thing, don't you think? He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun and a gathering net, but no armor, nor enough oxygen supply. He made a suction device so the Mekton can use the black tar as an instant refuel. You can also use it to clear oily goo puddles. He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but it needs ammunition, and by that he means the scripts. He says if they're trained right, they'll turn into a distraction for the Jumbo Puff. The best way to find scripts is to go talk to Moog. He knows the ins and outs of every breathing thing left alive after the... Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead zone than Moog's camp on the steep depot. Once you find Moog, he'll be able to give you... He noticed the Jumbo Puff has a short attention span, so... The sun is high. The Grease Monkey's Mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to.
Potser immo diava.
Let's see.
Dana untiza fela.
This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Not many are as tough and clever as you must be. Claims he goes after the most dangerous. Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the... Out there with the monsters, it's kill or be killed. You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care. It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others. Claims he mostly kills whoever he doesn't like. Says it's wild that the world seems to be coming back, but he supposes that means more monsters for him to shoot. Gets why you're thinning the herd so hard, but he wishes you'd leave some monsters for everybody else. Says you should give up on working with the stubborn myriad. He keeps trying to put out their lights, and they keep putting up new ones. He's afraid you're just as stubborn as them. But enough. He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. He's not... Right now, though, he feels he's come to... Says... Moog. There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunting down a couple of these little critters for yourself should keep you on your toes. Thinks you have bigger issues than your so-called haunting skill. Moog says you should go hunt for squips in the cave he gave you directions to. Shield your eyes if the daylight hurts you. Let's pocket that. Smell that burning fuel. Wait, it's the scrip hole-up. Place is just filled with critters. Can't rely on technology all the time. You have a good eye for that stuff. Once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death. Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. Now, you look like a gunslinger, but are you really a wheeling, dealing son of a gun? You're here for a reason. It's up to you to figure out what that is. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Good. That's enough electric current to... for when you want to put all your strength into it. In the old world, Roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. You feel bright-headed now. He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. It's not his cleanest invention so far, but Gizmo's... It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now. Otherwise, he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront them. He got the idea to build... Gizmo wants to help if he can. You should pay the lotus... Happy to have some. Says you should take it easy. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Has plenty... Bolted shut. Locked. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and... It's Peekaboo Park. Young ones love this sort of place. Cutting edge. Everything seems to take longer at night. This one seems to be in good spirits despite... Has her... Ask... Is Sam...
Take that light!
Really, you ought to use your...
See? The darkness...
Just remember, you can all...
Dark!
That's a Myriad tribe outpost. Stand against that. A new day's here. Might not be so many left. The Vespidat outpost, long-time home of the Myriad tribe. Let's see. The surf is hypnotic. That there's Subnautica Station. Goop flounders around in there. Let's see. Says it's good to see you again. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. He says now the time has come for you to remember and act. He understands why you seek revenge, but he doesn't think you realize how that'll make you feel.
Nothing shines like the dark. Oh, no, wait. Oh, well, you know.
You can't trust the dark.
Can you see how dark sits?
It's not too late for you, is it?
Hello.
Can hardly believe the world is going to make it. But hey, no, he can't. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make... Focus on your goal. That better be rain. Not dead yet. You can see a lot farther now than at night. Shot. Toxanol's offshore drilling caused oily matter to spread with the rain and contaminate both the groundwater and open surf. The long-lasting effect this had on the evolution of wildlife was, as we know now, the only reason we came to exist. Every day is a new... You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. He's got the goo glide function. There's This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be... Flex up. There's no better way for the waves. Lots of notices on the board for things that made sense in the days when the surf was a lot cleaner. Interesting to see. In the old days, this was a port for boats that went under the surf. They made a lot of green, which is all they really cared. You should be able to find a track here. Welcome to the Surf Archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goon. You're poking around Pockbur, a prime village. Right where it cuts. it out. That one had it coming. It's a game of life. Yours and everyone else's. Says the tribe's seafood. As if the plague ruining the land and destroying the crops wasn't enough to bring the village to its knees already. That's what they call the blight that's been haunting the land since the Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. Glad to see some wood scrap there. There's a lot on the line here. Let's see. This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least.
Yeah.
Let's see. The oil claimed this land a long time ago. Hold on to that. Scrapalicious. It's a rare sight. Treasure it. The meat-eater again. Nothing seems to satiate his hunger. The note is done for unless you intervene. Stay on top and you'll be fine. Nice. Some bark wood scrap for you. The Domp outpost, shined up by the Myriad tribe. Let's see. Firehouse. Be careful where you grab that mount. Tread soft. That's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. argues that it's hard to know what's happening. One person who might know better is that bookworm, Sol. He likes his alone time, though, and wanders in the Cluppy Dunes to get it. Laughs that Sol's not organized enough to have a library. Just books everywhere. Claims the last they saw Sol, he was headed into that dune heat. Figures no one will bother him there. Can't say he's all that wrong about that. Says that's the right way to think about know-how. Everything is at stake. Look at that metal scrap over there. Blasting him. Hits. Crit. Could be this key. Nothing's more important right now than this. That's super duper dope. Some rubber scrap got them covered over there. Don't you love that surf spray? On your own again. This is Hobbydunk, a homey little village. Let's see. Says that with the world... They used to use gadgets to tell time. There's an amazing sundial around here, if you want to know what time it really is. Thinks that... It's probably out in the open, where the sun... You shouldn't try it at night. No sun to dial there. Says you fix that, and they can set a thank time for you. Yeah. The future is in your hands, so take care of it. You can make so many amazing things out of old scrap. The night feels dangerous and exciting. See that broken boat over there? Looks like it still floats. If a story is about you, care for it. This one seems to be in good spirits despite being left here for dead. Has heard that you asks you to is sad to see your
Bam! The dark winds are...
You're always good.
Don't doubt the...
It's okay if I...
I'm just glad...
Are you sure this goo glide's safe? Under your own power now. Ah, that wood scrap seems like it would be perfect for your plans. Fate is funny that way, but it won't always make you laugh. What to... Leave it behind. Just check that skronk out. Don't get caught in a riptide. Shopperias like that used to have tons of things for sale, but most of it has gone missing over time. Nothing, huh? Watch you flex. Something or someone has made a nest here. You hit a crossway. Decisions, decisions. We all share the same destiny, destruction or survival. As the iBox broadcasts, it's hit or miss, but when it does hit, it's usually right in the feels.
Tutti ama se le mai multe e pasi. Tutti ama se le mai multe e pasi.
You found Hoggerhum. There's a thingamajig broker somewhere in there. Let's see. Get the knobs in sync to make the hardware work. It's a Fry Sparker mindset. Boom, you got something. It's not exactly what you wanted, but you got it right away. Keep your head in the game. Ah, see that e-waste? Always handy. Scorch! Life's a beach, even though it's hard to see it that way. It's bang shell to 4F. Nothing can crack that. Sometimes your mind creates an illusion where it's possible to go back in time to relive a moment in your life. We all have things in our past we wish hadn't happened, and can come to remember seeing and doing things that never happened. However, there's no doubt that what you remember makes your future different. Choose the automaton functionality you want to recall. I was wondering when you'd recall how to spring the automaton air gliders. There's no way to reason with hurricane season. You might want to poke around in that old home. So much damage. You feel soggy enough yet? That's a Terra Globus from the... You need to swivel the Globus's bearings to get the Atlas mapper to work. The night could be fun. That's Fruggo's joint. Tread carefully. The chugger-chugger. Now it's just off track. It's awful bright out.